Morning, DLs. There we go. Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Start the day off. Hey, 10th grade. Any other requests than what we've got so far? Yeah. Any prayer requests? Yes. Shh. Doug, turn around. Okay. Let's pray. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. A little windy, but it's still a nice day. We thank you for that. Thank you for your direction. Lord, you know all the requests on this list that I have in front of me. Aaron Moscato and his eye surgery, and Pastor with recovery, and the good report that we've got there, and Sophia's dad with cancer treatment, her aunt with cancer, her dance competitions, her grandma with the loss of her uncle, Sophia's uncle, Sophia's friend with her license, that things will go well there. And now the new neighbors, as they've got that things just aren't gelling too well right now, but pray that things can get smoothed out and for them. We'll also pray for Ricky with his grandpa, and Maya with her grandma with the dementia. Just pray that you just bless, be with each of those requests, and you know the severity of them. You know what all the needs that they have, or the needs of each one, and so just pray that your will be done in the situations. Bless us today, Father, and as we finish up this week with just today and 2 more days to end this quarter, help us just finish strong, get things done that we need to, and that we can enjoy Easter holiday and the meaning behind it of your resurrection, or at least we celebrate that in that regards, and then just having our spring break next week. Just help us, Father, today, especially in thy precious name. Amen. Okay. Okay, this is the next section on your books, and that's page 173, maybe? Okay, page 173. 74 now? Okay. Okay, we're under the category of sexual immorality. Okay. Shh, guys. Wouldn't mind finishing this today. Okay. We're on 66. We may or may not. There's 169 slides. Okay, Doug. Okay, class. Final warnings, verbal warnings. Okay. Let me put my clicker in. Okay, so our third category underneath is put it away, or it's mine. Okay. That doesn't mean everybody else to talk. Stop, guys. Ridiculous. Okay? I'm talking to one person, and everybody else has to chime in on it. I don't need your opinion. I can make decisions on my own. Okay? If anybody else has their phone out, put it away. Plain and simple. Okay, our third line underneath this sexual immorality is moral impurity or uncleanness. Okay. Adultery and fornication. And then now moral immorality. This just literally just means moral impurity. Okay? Where are your morals? Where are your thoughts? Where's your actions? Okay? It is a form of moral activity that veers from absolute holiness and purity before God. Totally the opposite direction. Uncleanliness includes filthy speech, dirty jokes, laughing at dirty jokes, immoral gestures, or suggestive speech. Okay? Yes, sir. 174. Okay. Let me get you real quick, Elijah. I'll write it down. Welcome. 97.5. Good on the list, right? Okay. Okay. Shh. Now we're all. Fifth or fourth one, shamelessness. Translated as lasciviousness, sensuality, or debauchers means excess without restraint. Shameless conduct. They're not ashamed of anything that they do. Okay? Because it makes them feel good. And don't criticize me because of my imperfections. Watch what you're doing. Okay? But nothing's wrong with what I'm doing. That's what they say. Okay? Good morning. I didn't say this. Good morning, DLs. JYLG. Good to see you. We're still waiting for A to come on. Okay. Everybody here in class, when I do that, they have to think, okay. Okay, yeah, those people. Huh? Okay. It is immorality to the point that conscience is no longer bothered. Okay? I don't know what else to say. Nothing real, I guess. There is nothing that causes them to blush or feel embarrassed about what they're doing. It is letting nature take its course and its ultimate end to those who start down the path because they are worthy of death. It's this. This is where it starts. This is where it ends. Okay? Shamelessness. The sins of worship are idolatry. Idolatry is just simply placing anything before God. Materialism. That's a form of idolatry. Not saying this because of anybody, but the right or what kind of shoes you have, what kind of clothes you wear. You know, that's probably one reason why our school does the uniforms is because we won't have this aspect of my clothes are better than your clothes or I'm wearing, you know, I can't even think of types of clothes. Okay, um, so a lot of times people put a lot of times people put major emphasis on the type of clothes that they have, the type of shoes that they have. Um, you know, um, are they the Gucci's or are they the not Gucci's? I don't know. Okay, hold on. It's not letting me put my name in chat. Okay. Well, Adam's here. Good to see you, Adam. Thanks for the note. Okay. Okay. Greed fits right into this. Loving pleasure more than loving God is idolatry. Putting anything, even if it's a boyfriend, before God, okay, or a girlfriend, before God. Witchcraft. Just had to say that, deals. Okay. Okay. Now, the word witchcraft, sorcery, is the Greek word, excuse me, pharmacy, okay, from which we get the words pharmacy or pharmaceuticals, the drugs. Witchcraft deals with the drug use, and it's part of the occults.
Wait, what? Wait, whoa. So you're telling me pharmacy technically like counts as
Because because because
the word for witchcraft is a Greek word for pharmacy.
yeah,
So that means pharmacy kind of is witchcraft.
because of the drugs aspect. Okay,
Yo, so the doctors are wait, whoa.
we don't we don't necessarily we don't look at hey. The question came up, Ricky, guys. The question, hey, the question came up, or the thought. So let's dwell with it as much as we can. Okay. Now, when you go to the pharmacy to get some drugs, some medicine. Hey, hey, okay, just feeling a little good. No, today. You go to the pharmacy. Shh, Doug, this is your topic. Thank you. Now, going to the pharmacy to get your medicine, okay, okay, we don't necessarily look at that as, being part of the witchcraft. It's just that that's the root of it, okay? Okay. The drug aspect of it. Drug abuse, occults, okay? Our third work of the flesh, huh? Occult. It is a practice of witchcraft. Okay. Yeah, cult. Okay. Okay, Doug. No flipping. No flipping, Doug. Doug. No flipping. Thank you. Third one. Sins of relationships. Hatred. Hatred is literally hostility towards man or God. Hatred is the attitude of wanting to be free from the restraints of the Bible, the church, Christian school, the youth group, God's law. Anything that deals with God, we want to be free from it. Okay? Because we want to run our life as we please. Yes, sir. Yes. Shh, guys. It's an inward despising of anything that keeps you from the proper desires. Ladies, please. And hatred is the first step to ruin. Avery and Amethyst, one. Second one, strife or variance. Hatred cannot long stay hidden in our hearts. Okay? Our hatred of things always has a tendency to come out sometime, and a lot of times when we don't want it to. You already got one, you want two? Ladies, you want two? You're going to get two too, okay? Because the flesh wants its own way. So it becomes irritable, argumentative. Concealing hatred just will eventually blossom into rebellion. Discord with relationships, no matter how good or great those relationships are, hatred is going to destroy those. Third relationship is jealousy or emulations. The Greek word zelos refers to jealousy or zeal. Zealous or jealousy. Running from God, seeking one's own way, leads to arguments, contentions. Jealousy fits right into this. Shh, ladies. As one becomes more zealous of having his own way, winning the argument, he becomes jealous of his image and cannot bear to lose the debate. Okay? He's got to have his way. Jealousy, if we let it get into our systems, get into our lives, it fires our heart. And when our heart gets fired, Adrian, that's one. When our heart gets fired, then our mouth steps in. And then our mouth gets us in trouble. Wrath. So jealousy is going to lead to wrath. Wrath is anger in action. The Greek word for anger means hot, boiled anger. Jealousy and strife emanating from the determination to have one's own way. It now's boiling into evil actions. So at this point, tempers flare. Heated words are exchanged. Your blood pressure rises. Fire within is kindled in hell and now begins to belch forth in ungodly outbursts of rage. All because we can't control our mouth. Rivalry, the fifth. Yes, sir. What was second and third, guys? Strife and jealousy. Thank you. I'd have a lot of slides to go back through, so that's why I asked. The fifth one, rivalry, actually means factions or ambition. A boiling wrath polarizes people. Wrathful one, determined to beat the other at everything that they can. And I must win at all costs sets in. The hot anger erupts when others gain an advantage in anything. Because I have to be on top. I have to be the king or queen of the mountain. Okay? In essence. Adrian, was that you that just threw that? Why are we throwing it? Okay, so you gotta check. Flesh has you so mad at other people you would say, be happy if he were dead because of your wrath. Okay? Hopefully you don't go to that point. But a lot of times people get to that point because they get so mad because they want to be on top that they'll win at any cost. And that's why we probably have a lot of deaths today. Suicide, not suicides, but murders. Because people get angry and they have rivalry with someone else, gangs. Satan is just having a heyday when this happens. Okay? Yep. A good old day. Dissensions set in. Seditions. The rivalries now begin to break out into open divisions. It's no longer that you don't like the person. It's now you are publicly attacking and seeking to turn others against him as well. Well, God warns about it in Romans 16:17. It says, "Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrines which ye have learned." And the last three words are the key result of this. Avoid them. Avoid those that are doing it. Mark them. You know who they are. You know what they're doing. Okay? Stay away from them. Don't have anything to do with them. Don't join in, because you start befriending them in that way, you're just as guilty. So now they turn into open attacks. And if someone can get someone else on board with them, it fuels their fire and makes things even more pleasant to do. Okay? Well, we're going to stop there. We're going to do the seventh one on the Monday we come back. Okay? Because we have our verse quiz tomorrow. Verse quiz, Proverbs 20, verse 1 tomorrow. Friday we have our Good Friday Chapel. So there's no Bible class the rest of the week, but we'll pick it up on the 12th. Is that the 12th? Come back on the 12th. That we'll pick it up for Bible class. So, yes, ma'am. One more category? Okay. 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 We'll do number 7 here. Factions or heresies. Just means choosing or choosing up sides. They become public. They become personal. Factions is the last one there. Okay. Relationships become totally destroyed. God's words totally ignored. Contending over the word. The whole argument is based on opinions, not God's word. Everyone involved is angry, taking sides. No one has stopped to settle the argument with the Bible. And so therefore the flesh rules the day. Okay? Okay, we'll pick up, that's where we'll stop, and we'll pick up on the fourth works of the flesh, okay, category, okay? Deals, if I don't see you, have a great holiday, have a great week, spring break, and make sure you're getting your missing work done in both science and Bible, okay? Deals, it's been a pleasure. Class, you are dismissed.
All right, guys, grammar books, go ahead and turn to page number. Where are we? Where are we? Page number 179, okay, which is 179. We did page 179 earlier for exercise A. Okay, so let's go through those, but we're going to do exercise B in class today. But let's do number 1, okay? We already did that. Actually, we did 1 through 3. Let's do number 4, okay? Number 4, Melissa flouts her wealth by constantly bragging about the large amount of dresses in her wardrobe. Isaac, what'd you put here? Page 179, exercise A. Number 4? Okay, well then give me number 5. What did you do for number 5? Good. Okay, a large what of books? Okay, a large amount of books. Can you count amount? Okay, well can you count books? So if you can count books, what do we need to change amount to? Good, number, okay? And then the Deerslayer is the type book I enjoy the most. You didn't know how to fix that one? Good, okay? Number 4, Ricky. Good. Mount to number, because you can count dresses. Number 6, a bunch of architects have been hired to design the new dome that will be added to the state capitol. Okay, what do I change here, Derek? Okay, well then let's see if you can tell me. Okay, a bunch of architects. How do we change that? A group of architects. Good. Look at the word capital. Okay, talking about a dome, the Capitol building. What do we need to change that to? Capitol with an O-L. Good. Okay, number 7. The freshmen were kind of surprised to learn that college chow was better taste-wise and nutrition-wise than they had expected.
Wait, do you spell capital with an A-L, right?
No, with an O-L. That's talking about the Capitol building.
Is college food good?
Huh?
Is college food good?
Yeah. Okay. How do we fix this? Okay. Who can raise their hand and tell me the first change? Amethyst?
Tasting and taste-wise and nutrition-wise, tasting and nutritious.
Okay. That college, what? Do we keep chow?
No, I thought you meant like just one change. Okay.
Okay, that's all part of it.
Oh yeah, okay. Kind of into somewhat, chow into food, taste-wise to tasting, and nutrition-wise to nutritious.
Okay. The freshmen were somewhat surprised to learn that college food was better tasting and nutritious. Okay. You can just say that college food tasted better and was more nutritious. Okay. Doesn't matter. Number 8. Hopefully the hard hats will finish their work pretty soon, irregardless of the many difficulties involved in the building this sort of bridge. Okay. Sort of a bridge. Jesse, what did you change here? Okay. What about with the word hopefully? Okay. What about the word hopefully? The first word. What's our rule about the word hopefully? Good. Shh, guys, stop talking. Okay. One more thing. Mm-hmm. 2. What do we change irregardless to, class? Just regardless, okay? It's kind of counteracting each other. I hope the construction workers or the workers will finish their work very soon or fairly soon, regardless of the many difficulties involved in the building this sort of bridge. Take out the word bridge. Okay? Actually, let's skip exercise B since we have to rewrite this following sentence and go to page 182. The reason why we're skipping 180, 181, and 182 obviously is because it is talking about units 1 through 14. Again, our test is units 13 and 14. So with unit 13, remember it's over the dictionary as well. So go over that. But then go ahead and look at page actually 183. Okay? Exercise J. Exercise J. Okay? Usage and diction. Okay? So the test on Friday will be over usage and diction, unit 14, as well as unit 13, the dictionary. Okay? And you won't need to bring a dictionary to the class period. If you have one, awesome. But we're just going to ask questions about the dictionary, like more of terms. Okay? So make sure you study your dictionary terms. Yes, Sophia? Yes. Okay, number 1, cross out any words that are incorrect or inappropriate to standard formal English. Okay? Standard means correct. Formal would be when you have, guys, I'm not going to tell you again. Okay? Stop talking. Put your chairs down and pay attention. Got it? Number 1, this is a different type of ammo that is used, or ammo, than that used by the forward anti-aircraft guns. Okay? What do we need to change here? Remember, it's formal. Okay? So we can't use abbreviations. We can't really use slang. So, Andrew? Good. Ammo to ammunition. But notice this. It says type ammunition. What do we need to add there? Andrew? Of. Okay. Okay. This is a different type of ammunition. Look at the word than. Okay. Look at this. Okay. Do we say different than? What do we say here? Different. Different from. Good, Lena. Okay. No, because you still need to have different type. Austin, sit up. This is a different type of ammunition from that used by the forward anti-aircraft guns. Okay, number 2. Just between you and I, it seems awfully foolish to worship the almighty dollar. Okay. How about you tell me this one, Doug? Good. Okay. The almighty dollar. Okay. Is that formal? No. So what do we need to change it to? What is that talking about? When we're talking about a dollar, what are we talking about in general? Money. Good. Okay. Cross out the almighty dollar. Change it to money. Just between you and me, it seems very foolish or especially foolish to worship money. Number 3, hopefully that bunch of generals who say that a war is imminent will be proved wrong. Okay? How do we fix this? What do we need to change hopefully to, class? I hope. Okay? I hope that bunch of generals. Okay, what do we need to change bunch to? Group of generals. Okay, anything else, guys? Same thing goes for you. I'm not going to tell you again. Okay. What do we need to change here? War is imminent will be proved wrong. Avery? Imminent. IMMINET. Okay. Number 4, fashion-wise, that is a pretty nice dress. Sophia? We're on page number 4 on page 183. Exercise J. Fashion-wise, that is a pretty nice dress. What do we need to get rid of? Okay, pretty nice, but also look at the first word. Fashion-wise, okay? Does that make sense, class? No, okay? Fashion-wise, adding wise after any noun is incorrect, okay? So take out fashion-wise. Now we have, that is a pretty nice dress. What can we say here? Okay, that is a very stylish dress. Okay, but look at the first word. Shh, look at the first word, okay? Fashion, okay? How can we say that is a pretty nice dress? Good, that is a very fashionable dress. Okay? Very stylish would be acceptable. Okay? Number 5, the weather looked kind of threatening, so we did not go to the lake. Okay? Just be looking like this, or just looking at it. What do we need to take out? So, good. Okay? So how can we eliminate so and still make it a good sentence? The weather looked kind of threatening. We did not go to the lake. Sure, Amethyst.
Okay, the weather was threatening. Therefore, we did not go to the lake.
Okay, good. Okay, but we can do that as well. Gabby, you said? Because the weather looked threatening, we did not go to the lake. Good, okay? What also can we change kind of to, class? Somewhat, okay? You can eliminate it, but also change it to somewhat, okay? Then number 6, what type food made Alex feel nauseous? Derek? Good, made Alex feel nauseous. Derek? Nauseated, good, okay? What type of food made Alex feel nauseated? Okay, so that's going to be over your test on Friday over usage and diction and the dictionary. So make sure you're studying dictionary terms in Unit 13 and make sure you know what to change in Unit 14. Okay, go ahead and put that away. Huh? No. It's only 2 units. It's basically what we were doing here, changing a lot of things and fixing things. Okay, go ahead and open your book to page number 197. So yesterday we went over authors. Today we're going to go over terms. Remember, your test is tomorrow in literature over Unit 8 and 9, okay? Page 197, highlight the forms, okay? The differences between the forms. A fixed form, a traditional pattern which applies to the whole poem. Okay, class? What type of form is a poem which uses line upon line with no grouping of lines or breaks? Continuous form. Everyone should be on page 197 participating, okay? Then, stanzas or stanzaic form is written in what, class? Stanzas, okay? Groups of lines having the same metrical pattern repeated throughout the work, okay? So no fixed form, continuous form, stanzaic form. Look at the bottom of the page. Refrain. What is a refrain, class? Okay, repeated in intervals, usually at the end of a stanza. If you guys look at the very bottom of the poem, stopping by woods on a snowy evening, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep, that is a refrain, okay? Page 198, know the differences between an Italian or Petrarchan sonnet, okay, or a Shakespearean or English sonnet. So if you put a name, Petrarchan, instead of Italian, that's fine. It's the same thing, but make sure you don't confuse the two. Italian goes with what, class? Petrarchan. English goes with Shakespearean. Okay, know those two, but know the differences between the Italian and the Shakespearean. Know what a sonnet is, but the Italian sonnet has an octave and a sestet, okay? With the Shakespearean sonnet or the English sonnet on page 200, it contains 3 quatrains and a couplet, okay? So Italians, they're different. They have, or Italian sonnet is different, rather, not the actual people. Sorry about that. Italian sonnet is different than the fact that it has an octave, which is 8, and a sestet. And then English and Shakespearean sonnet has 3 quatrains, okay? Know what a limerick is? On page 201, a haiku. On page 202, a cinquain. Same page, okay? You're not going to have to identify what type of poem it is, but know the definitions. Figure poems, that one's pretty easy. They're poems that are constructed in a way that it suggests the topic of the poem. So you're going to look at it and see, obviously, an image. Free verse on page 205 usually has no rhyme or meter and tends to follow normal rhythms and cadences of speech. Okay. And then you want to know what a paradox is on page 208 in Unit 9. Okay. Make sure you study up on your plots of the stories in Unit 9. Allusion on page 222. You want to know what an allusion is? Just all the literary terms in Unit 9, okay, and Unit 8. Make sure you remember the plots that we went over in the stories, okay, knowing the, the people, okay? And that'll be your test on Thursday or tomorrow. It's not too long. It's kind of like the same, like I've always been given. Just tomorrow, because we have another test on Friday in grammar. Okay? I don't know if you've caught on by now, Austin. I never give 2-day tests. All right, guys. That is it for today. You guys are dismissed.
Okay, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Sorry I'm a couple minutes late. I was dealing with something. Okay, I'm sitting down today because I feel like it. No, I don't have my cart. It's too windy to push my cart around, so. All right, let me get these notes up on the screen. Thank you for quieting down after I told you guys. Okay, we're going to be flying through these, so have your notes ready, your pencil or pen ready. TV, yeah, I got you. Okay, because we got a lot to get through. So we're going to be going quickly. Okay, we left off, I believe, on 35, correct?
Yeah. It's something and something. Like Chilean armies. We're on note 35.
Oh my goodness, it's HDMI. How many times will it have a short? All right, here we go. Okay, talking about, again, we started talking about yesterday, we started mentioning it about what area or what group? Okay, we were talking about France and Germany. Yep, but now we are in Latin America. Okay, kind of what's going on all before. Again, what are we all leading up to? The World War. Okay, everything, they're trying to make peace. They're trying to do all these things in these different areas in Europe, okay, in the Americas, everywhere. Okay, and we're going to see that. Obviously, we know what happens. Okay, but that's what we're getting through right now. We're going to be talking about some people that really affected this Latin America area. Okay, how it grew, how they tried to make peace. Obviously, they didn't have a ton of peace either. Okay, but we have first Jose de San Martin. Okay, obviously I'm not saying it perfectly. I'm just reading it. Okay, and we have also Bernardo O'Higgins. Okay, these are the people that led the Chilean armies. Okay, armies from Chile. Okay, against Spain to win their independence in 1818. Okay, at this time, South America, they weren't really countries quite yet. Okay, they were, whether it's Spain or Portuguese or Portugal people or whatever travelers were going there, they kind of still hosted it. Just like England controlled America before. Okay, but we got our independence. Okay, this is what happened also in South America with all those countries like Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and all those other places. Everyone good with this one? Okay, next man we're going to talk about a Venezuela man. Okay, he's known as the Liberator, Simón Bolívar. Okay, he was a wealthy Venezuelan Creole. Okay, what is a Creole? We talked about it yesterday. There you go. Okay, he is known as the Liberator, and this is why. Okay, he led his army to victory over the Spaniards, winning independence for Bolivia. Not only Bolivia, but Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. You're right. What was I saying? Venezuela? I said Venezuela? Venezuela, sorry. Okay, but that's why Simon Bolivar is known for the Liberator. Keep your chairs down, please. Okay, because he liberated all these countries. He basically helped them with gaining their independence. And we're good with this one? Again, I don't know how many blanks are there, so if you need more time, softly yell at me. You guys good? All right, thanks, Adrian. Okay, by 1825, again, we're quickly going through these different areas. All of Latin America, with the exception of Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Guiana colonies, okay, were or was independent of European rule. Okay, again, Europe was kind of the stronghold. Okay, all the stronger countries were there. They were making their alliances. We had the Quadruple Alliance, the Quintuple Alliance, all these things going on for peace. Okay, again, all the way back to the Age of Exploration, which we had a couple chapters ago. Okay, or maybe even some of last chapter. Okay, they were traveling to all these areas, Portugal, Spain, under Philip II, all these different people. Okay, obviously Christopher Columbus, all the way back to him. They're traveling to this new world, the Americas, and they were basically making colonies in these countries. Okay, but these countries are now becoming their own. Okay, we see that. So Europe is not going to own all this stuff anymore. Okay, because of this, political independence did not result in economic, political, and social stability. Okay, they gained their independence, but just like America, okay, we prospered from England helping us out. They gave us a lot of things. They had more wealth than we did. Okay, although we gained our independence, it was tough at first. Okay, these countries really struggled. Okay, they really struggled after gaining their independence because they didn't have the means, they didn't have the knowledge, and they didn't know what they were doing. There you go. Okay, So there was no like, hey, we vote you to be our ruler. Kind of like when it happened for us, we're like, hey, George Washington, kind of become like our guy. Okay, these countries didn't have that. They kind of all wanted power still. They say Derek wanted to be leader, but Isaac's like, no, I want to be leader. And then Andrew's like, no, everyone knows I should be leader. Okay, that's how it's kind of going on in these countries. Shh. Just because I say your name doesn't mean we get to start talking. What? No, I have not upgraded them yet in a little while. I have to do the next 2 rounds. I'll probably do that today because I have extra free hours. Brackets. All right, but this is going to bring us something. This is kind of where America comes into this whole Latin America thing. Okay, this doctrine is going to be made. The Monroe Doctrine. No. The Monroe Doctrine. Okay, this is a statement that was issued in 1823 by President Monroe, hint, Monroe Doctrine. Okay, that was a warning, or this was a document warning, the European powers that intervention in Latin America would be looked upon by the U.S. as an unfriendly act. Basically saying this, okay, all of South America, these new countries, they're struggling kind of making them themselves. Okay, so what we did, we said, hey, if you attack them, if you're going to take them, we're going to take that as offense to us. Okay, even though we didn't control them, we weren't in charge of them. Okay, honestly, we didn't even completely really help them at that time. Okay, but our help was saying this, hey, they can't defend themselves because they're still struggling to just make themselves. Okay, so we're going to be their defender. We're going to say, hey, like we earned our independence, we're going to help them continue to have their independence. That's kind of what we did. This is what this doctrine stated under President Monroe. You want to know that. It's actually a very important document that was made. Okay, with all this going on, we're seeing Europe losing stuff, right? They're losing other countries. Maybe some of those countries, they were gaining resources that they couldn't get where they were. Okay, so they're losing some stuff. Okay, when people lose stuff, okay, let's say it's lunchtime. Okay, let's say it's lunchtime and we have 1 box of pizza. Okay, what's gonna happen with the 1 box of pizza for everyone? We're all gonna do what for it? We're all gonna be like, I want the pizza, right? I don't know about you, but I'm a hangry person. If I'm hungry, I want food. Okay, if there's 1 box of pizza, we might not physically fight, but we're going to kind of fight for it. Some of us might physically fight, some of us might verbally fight, but we're going to want some pizza. Okay, this is what's going to be going on in Europe. They're losing all these resources. They're losing what they have. Okay, and now they're going to fight within each other while they're trying to make peace. Okay, the Congress system suffered a final blow as a result of the Greek move for indolence from Turkey in 1821. Again, Greece, okay, was controlled as well by Turkey in these different areas at this time. Okay, now even Greece, or Greek people, okay, they gained their independence as well. Okay, again, we see all this stuff going on. Remember our rulers we talked about? The Tsar from Russia. Sorry. No, you're good. That helps me. I miss stuff sometimes. No, I like it. I don't feel dumb if you guys do that. It helps me. Funny. All right, but remember those rulers we talked about, kind of like the diplomats? Okay, obviously we have Metternich, we have Tsar. Okay, what were the other ones?
Oh, I got this.
Because you want to know them. Okay, Lord Castlereagh. Okay, you want to know those? Okay, remember I was talking about those though? The diplomats that came together from these different power countries saying, hey, we want peace. Certainly Metternich. Okay, Metternich tried to get the nations of Europe to ignore their situation, to say, hey, I know we're losing a lot of stuff. Okay, I know everything's going on, but let's still remain peaceful to each other. Let's work together to keep this going. Okay, but, okay, he said ignore everything that's going on. He said allow the Turks to quell the rebellion or stop the rebellion. Okay, but instead, England, Russia, and France, 3 of the powerhouses at that time, agreed to help the Greeks win their freedom. Quickly. Hurry up, Austin. I got to keep on going. We got a lot to go through. All right, move forward. Sorry, get the rest from someone else. Okay, but we see this, okay? They're saying, hey, let the Turks do their thing. Let them get their Greece basically back under their control. But these 3 countries said no. Okay, let Greece be their own. Okay, they see stuff going on in the Americas. They see what America, us, did for South America. Like, hey, they're helping them out, so we're not gonna let them get bullied, basically. You guys understand that? Yeah. Okay, England, Russia, and France stood up, and they agreed to help the Greeks with their freedom, and they would fight whoever they needed to. Okay, which is going to bring us to this kind of naval battle. In 1827, England, Russia, and France fought a major naval battle against the Turks at Navarino in the Mediterranean. Okay, it's called the Battle of Navarino. You don't need to know a ton about it. Okay, all you need to know is that these three countries went to war against the Turks.
Wait, so Metternich was like, hey guys, let the Turks control Greece. And they were like,
Yes.
no.
Basically because he didn't want people to start choosing sides because he knows that would start war. He's like, let it be what it is. Let the Greece defend themselves. However it ends, it ends. You know what I mean? I mean, in that situation, he was wrong, yes. Wanting to have peace, he wasn't wrong, but he kind of got blinded in his goal.
Yeah, just saying like how like the Greeks have their freedom.
Yep.
So that we can have peace.
Yep. Okay, which this is what's going to happen. Okay, because of this war and this battle. Okay, in 1829, 2 years later, Turkey was forced to accept the Treaty of Adrianople. That's an important treaty. You'll want to know that. Underline it, circle it, highlight it, whatever works for you. But the Treaty of Adrianople. Okay, because of this war, so you could make a highlight or an arrow from the note right above it. Because of this war, 2 years later, okay, a treaty was made, Treaty of Adrianople. They had to accept it. A year later, the Treaty of London recognized Greek independence. Again, we stood up for South America at that time when they were first starting. England, Russia, and France stood up for the Greeks. After Greek made their independence, the Treaty of London was made that recognized it. Basically saying the same thing. Hey, Greek are their independent own state, and people, okay, don't mess with them. They're their own country. We're helping them out. Okay, that's kind of what happened under the Treaty of London. Everyone good with this note? Where'd my water go? Okay, in 1830, so a few years later, many Europeans were convinced that their problems would be solved only if they could take the authority of their government into their own hands. Okay, this is kind of the changing point right here. Okay, rather than saying, hey, our system, it's working, let's keep on working with the system. Okay, let's keep on growing peace. This is where people started to decide for themselves, not everyone, okay, but a lot of people one at a time or a couple at a time said, hey, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And we all have seen what happens when people start saying, hey, I'm going to do what I want to do. Things go bad. That is well said.
You know, shit happens.
Don't say that. I know what she said. I know what she said. Don't say it. Thanks, man. Wednesdays are dress-up days a little bit.
Oh, no, it's the shirt you're wearing right now. Hey, do I hear
It's Wednesdays, because I have church tonight.
30. Hey, sold for 30.
Huh?
40. Going once. Going twice.
I just wear the same clothes. I mean, I don't wear a shirt and tie on Wednesdays. All right, continue moving. Okay, our first leader under this time. Answer this later. Shh. Okay, we got a lot of stuff to go through still. Okay, you guys have been doing pretty good so far, so don't mess it up. Okay, we have Louis the 18th. Okay, remember all those times talking about so many different Louis? Okay, Louis the 18th. This was, if you remember Louis the 16th, Louis the 18th was the brother of Louis the 16th. Wow. Imagine if you're the mom of them.
What happened to the 17th, huh?
He was just a nobody, I guess. Okay, shh. Okay, listen. Okay, Louis the 18th was the brother of Louis the 16th that did get guillotined, died. Trade on, please. Because their mom thought it would be easier. Maybe she just called them by numbers. They're all Louis, so she just said, hey, 16, hey, 18. I don't know. Okay, but Louis the 18th came to throne with the fall of Napoleon. Okay, Napoleon fell. That idea of government had fell in France, so Louis the 18th came to reign again. Okay, he maintained peace in France, but really pleased no one. Okay, he did keep peace. He was basically keeping people under control, saying, hey, I'll try to help you with this. But he didn't really make anyone happy. And if people aren't happy, what happens? They get angry. They become unsettled. They become frustrated. Shh. Avery and Anthus. Do it later. Just do it later. Derek, Doug, thanks. Okay, because of this, staunch monarchists thought Louis XVIII's policies were too weak. Okay, so you have basically the two groups of people. People that were like with Napoleon, saying, hey, we want our freedom of the people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but then these people that are like, hey, we really need a king, a ruler, these monarchists. Okay, they have a king now, but they're like, dude, this dude is soft. He is soft. Okay, he's like me dunking on Doug yesterday. Soft.
I dunked on you, fool. What are you talking about? He dunked on you too.
Derek did. He grazed me a little bit. Okay, because of this, advocates of democracy criticized him for being too autocratic, okay, which means absolute and dictational. We've talked about that term before, but if you forgot.
That doesn't even make sense. The people who are like want him to be more autocratic are like you're too weak. The people who don't want him to be.
There's two groups of people yelling at him. One saying, hey, you need to be stricter. One says, hey, you got to give the power back to the people. Okay, because of this, this is going to happen. Because of this is going to happen. Everyone good with this note? Okay, out of the France's dissension over the proper type of political system grew a traditional, still evident in France today. Okay, traditional type of government that's still evident today. Okay, the tradition of multi-party system. If you didn't realize the picture, okay, obviously we're not talking about America, but I thought it was a cool picture, so I used it. Okay, but a multi-party system. This tradition contributed to rather unstable government in France. Yes, I think there's a word missing or something.
No, I was gonna say, the homework they asked about this, and I literally copied down the last 3 notes for them.
Well, there you go. Then I'm sure you got 100 on it. Okay, does this make sense? One group was saying, hey, be stronger king. One group was saying, hey, get power to the people. So they made this multi-party system. They said, hey, let's blend it all together and make the world be good again. Shh, gentlemen, no more. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our successor of France, the guy that's going to kind of take over the throne. Charles X, since those are like the two main names in France. Charles X. This was Louis XVIII's brother who succeeded him to the French throne. His program was autocratic, which means what? I just said it.
Like dictator.
Absolute and...
Utter monarch.
Not the word you were looking for.
I just gave you 2 words for it. Look, absolute and dictational. You want to know those 2 words? Yeah, you said that. I was looking for absolute. Okay, his program was autocratic, so you want to know what that means. And the French legislature refused to support it. Okay, so basically the people said, no, we do not support this. In protest, he dissolved the legislature. So they're like, hey, we don't support this. So he's like, hey, you don't support this? Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. That's what dissolved means. He dispersed it. He got rid of it. He made it gone. Okay, because of this, we're going to see yet again another revolution in France. A lot. Everyone good with this one? Keep your chair down, Doug, Derek, Gabby, Lena. Shh. Okay, but the July Revolution. Because of this, the July Revolution happened. Okay, what was the July Revolution? When the citizens of Paris revolted against Charles X's action, he said bye-bye, and that was his demise. Okay, the people came back, as we've seen before, and basically wrecked them. Okay, they threw up barricades in the streets. Louis Philippe became the new king because of this. His rule was called the July Monarchy, okay, because they threw out Charles X in this July Revolution. Not revelation. What? No, they didn't kill him. Yep, that's what French people do. They flee. In this time, I'm not talking about now. Okay, this is kind of what's going on. Again, listen. Okay, we're not really talking about one area. We're kind of just talking about a bunch of different countries at one time, so you got to keep up. Okay, this is what's going on in France at this time. They lost all these lands. Now there's frustration inside of itself, okay, which is going to bring us to our next Congress or group or country. Okay, we have Belgium. We did mention them. Okay, they weren't their own quite yet last time we mentioned them. Okay, Belgium had been created in 1815 by the Congress of Vienna, which is what we talked about. Okay, The Belgians disliked the choice of strong Dutch king to rule over the Union, and they resented the institution of the Dutch language as the official language. They declared their independence in 1830, so 15 years later, and appointed Leopold I as the king. Basically, they saw France say, hey, France did this. Okay, let's do this for ourselves. We don't like the Dutch king they gave us. We're not even really Dutch. We want to be our own. We're Belgian. Okay, let's get rid of the Dutch king. We don't want the Dutch language. We want to be our own and have our own king. Okay, so they got Leopold I. Shh, Derek, keep your chair down. Gentlemen, Adrian, Isaac, quiet. Okay, because of this, the uprisings of all these things going on during the 1830s did not end the discontent in Europe. Okay, you would think, right? So they lose all this stuff, they're discontent, they're mad because they didn't get any pizza. Okay, so then they start fighting amongst each other, whether in the state or whether against someone else. What's going on? Because their pride was hurt, so they want to have their pride high again. Okay, but all these things, all these revolutions, all this stuff, it did not make the people, it did not make the rulers content. Okay, it didn't fill that void that they had towards everything. Okay, so we're going to see in 1848, which is the year, not right now, you just have to get it from a friend, the year that Marx and Engels published their Communist Manifesto. Okay, more than 50 revolutions broke out across the continent. Okay, this manifesto was made, and now we don't just see revolts in France, Belgium, now they are everywhere. Okay, they're everywhere. So many people are revolting because they don't like something, so they say, hey, because we don't like it, we can do whatever we want. Obviously, that doesn't help the problem, okay? We see that in our country today. It doesn't help the problem to go chaotic. Shh, gentlemen, quiet and put chairs on. Okay, so some countries are going to be affected by this. Everyone good with this note? Okay, a Paris insurrection in February turned into a major revolution. Okay, Louis Philippe fled to England. Yet again, France had another revolution. The king that they had fled to England, or monarchy, and a new government known as the Second Republic was made and was proclaimed in France. Universal manhood suffrage was immediately adopted. Basically saying, hey, again, power to the people, every individual man. Sorry, women, we're not even close to giving women authority or anything yet. Okay, but this is basically saying, hey, I don't get to rule everyone. Okay, Derek has just as much vote as me. Doug has just as much vote as me. Everyone has as much vote as me. Okay, we're all equal. Basically, that's what that was saying. Okay, in June 1848, another insurrection happened, known as the June Days. Shh. Okay, because of this insurrection, it broke out into France among the common workers. It was crushed, but confidence in the new republic was badly shaken. Okay, that thing we just talked about, okay, this right here, the Second Republic, that confidence in that system was shaken. People were like, man, I don't know about this anymore. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm sorry, again, notes are mine. Just do your best. Sometimes it's like that. They're not mine. All right, because of their shaken belief in the system. What are you doing, Adrian? All right. Okay, the people wanted a republic, but they also wanted a strong leader. They kind of like, hey, we've liked the monarchs before. We liked having our own power, but it's like it doesn't work as good as we thought it was going to be. Okay, we want to have power. We want to have our own vote. Gotta be something that right now. We want to have our own vote, but we also want a king or a ruler, a leader. Okay, so we see France struggling with this, which leads us to none other than most famous Napoleon's nephew, Louis Napoleon. Doug, Lena, Gabby, hush. Okay, Louis Napoleon, or Napoleon, sorry. He was the nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte, or Bonaparte. He was elected president of the Second Republic of France at this time by an overwhelming majority, chiefly because of his name. Okay, people liked him. They're like, hey, we like Napoleon. He did some good things. Okay, we'll vote you in. Okay, he got his reputation because of his uncle's strong leadership.
How strong was his?
I have no idea. Maybe.
That was the other Napoleon.
Yeah. Napoleon was known for being short. Gabby, Lena, Doug.
I'm not talking.
No, stop doing it. Stop. Yes, ma'am. Quickly, yes. Okay, just a few more, then we are done. You guys are starting to get out of hand just a little bit. So cool back down just for a couple more minutes. Okay, Louis Napoleon considered himself, rather than the legislator, to be the direct representative of the people. Okay, the legislative basically was like a type of parliament. Okay, they're like, hey, they're supposed to represent the people, but he was like, well, I should represent the people. I'm kind of like your president, your ruler now. I should represent the people. When the legislator disagreed with this program, he dissolved it, which happens all the time in France. They don't like something, they disagree with the legislator, so what do? They get rid of it. What happens when they get rid of it? They get angry. Okay, but because he got rid of the legislator, now he had absolute power. He declared himself Emperor Napoleon III.
Yo, what happened to Napoleon II?
Huh? He was irrelevant. Irrelevant. I mean, he was probably somebody, obviously. Okay, at first it was with the approval of the people. Again, so now we're going to see this next person, which is going to be one of our last notes. Not our last one, but one of the last ones. This person that is going to support this claim to the throne in France. Okay, another country. Again, we're going to see alliances being made. Yep. Sit up.
Coach, watch. Next year, I'm going to be able to dunk on you.
Coach Senpai, Coach Senpai.
Okay, Archduke Maximilian of Austria.
It looks like he was falling and tried to cover it up by brushing all the hair.
I have a friend that kind of looks like that with his hair. Shh, ladies, gentlemen, guys, just a couple more minutes. Archduke Maximilian of Austria, so Austria, okay, supported by Napoleon, his effort to take over Mexico. Okay, what happens? What document was made about that? You guys remember? America made a document called? They said what? If you touch them, it's not good. That's not good. Okay, but Napoleon went over and had an effort to take over Mexico, but because of this, he was eventually executed by the Mexicans. Way to stand your ground.
Where's our Marriott?
Everyone good with this note? Just a couple more, then we're done. Yes, Napoleon was not. Huh? No, yes, sorry. This guy was executed because he supported Napoleon. In 1848, revolts spread even to Austria. Prince von Metternich himself was forced to flee England. Was forced to flee to England. Again, England being one of the countries that still knew what they were doing. Prince von Metternich. I mean, that's the only name I know him by, so. Yeah? I don't know. Okay, because of this, and this next note will probably be our last one for today. Because of this, revolts shook the states of the German Confederation. In Prussia, King Frederick William IV was forced to promise a democratic constitution. Riots brought the collapse of governments in other parts of Germany also. Sorry, one more note. There is one more note. Okay, it deals with this, and then we'll be done.
Never quit the team, bro. I played the whole season. What do you mean I quit the team? I played until the end, dog. I'm just messing with you.
I mean, you skipped one game.
Yeah, I did skip one game. But you already know why, though.
Okay, because of this, revolution broke out in Naples, Italy. In January 1848, revolts followed. Oh, yeah? Do you know that, or do you think that? Yeah, that's what I thought, Jesse. It's like maple. Maple. Okay, these revolts followed in Rome, Florence, Venice, and Milan. And these are some pictures of what happened to Italy during this time. You can get it from a friend. Get the missing notes you have from a friend. But All right, that is the end of the notes. There's no homework today because it is Wednesday. Okay, we won't have a quiz today, but we probably will have a quiz tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish this chapter before Friday. I was trying to really, really hard. Okay, but it's okay. That means, okay, you guys are going to like this. Okay, we're going to probably have a test, not right away, but when we get back from spring break. Okay, it's not going to be great, but we have to. It'll be for these chapters, yes. Okay, so be ready for that. We will probably have a quiz on Friday, so be ready for that. We'll review tomorrow with anything. Distance learners, let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow.
Let's see, wait, if that works.
My mom adopted me when she was like 4.
Okay.
And now my dad when I'm 18 so he'll be 17. My oh my gosh, Joey, put it on your Instagram. This is so cool. Tell my mom. Tell my dad. Oh, why didn't you tell me you have a stream on?
I don't. It's just camera. It's just.
Oh, can they hear us? No, I look ugly.
Well, I don't know if they can.
Oh, here, Mr. Brown, I'm gonna like roll.
Okay. Welcome to class, guys. No. What are we doing?
I can't see the screens in the back.
No. Move back to your seats, guys. Please.
Gabby's actually blind.
Okay. Yesterday we talked about the Crookes tube.
Shape her eyelids? What are you gonna do?
Want to show you a little. Hey, stop talking, please. Okay, it's ridiculous, guys. Want to show you a little bit. Good. Let me. Should be able to do it from here. Huh? One more time. Yeah, I just want to get it enlarged first. There we go. This one? This? What switch? This one? Well, pausing's over here. It's paused over here. So how can I get those screens off? This wasn't it. This isn't the what I wanted, so hold on. not what I wanted. So now I gotta get out of this. How do I get out of this?
Go to the little screen on the bottom right.
Where?
All the way to the balance. And then you look for
Try clicking the back arrow.
That's the one that I wanted right there. Okay. Oh no. That wasn't on. No, that's not the right one either. That wasn't the right one either. Cotton picket. Okay, let me get out of this again. Sorry guys, trying to get this. Well, it was right there. I should just be able to press on it. I should. Okay.
5 minutes later, like, this guy's chips out of the bag.
the confidence down here. I said go ahead, try out.
Don't ask me right now, okay?
So now you're her territory. Don't think about it too hard. You guys are all my territory. I'm alpha female. No. No way. You're not being secretary to even help. You're my beta, okay? Her territory.
Okay. Yes.
My thing is I think you have to escalate. You have to escalate farther than I do. Yeah, so like she has to like you have to escalate it farther. You know what I mean?
Take it. Dude, you just flat down.
I know. I saw her. You're so you're different. The one that should have been crossed.
If you want, you have an iPhone, right? I'll FaceTime you sometimes so you can play like that.
Wait, you want outfield title match? Yeah. I want my title to take my
Can't beat her up, bro.
He's got other one. Oh, and then you have Alex, you're like there. What time are you free? And then you have lunch with. Walks in first thing. I just looked at you.
We'll try it again.
From 3 to like 5. Because I go to church and I go here too. Oh yeah, you do. Yeah. So I'll call you around that time.
Well, this wasn't it. Oh, I hate that. I hate it. No, I don't, because you don't know what I'm looking for, okay? Yes, sir. Yes. Check my what? My what? I have no idea what you're talking about right now. I do, but I don't, okay? I'm just a little teed right now. I just got done looking at it up there.
Wait, what is he saying? He's so annoying. He needs to die. And you're like, yeah, fast. I can't. Bella's like, dude, Bella is like my number one favorite. That's how you roll. Dude, Bella slaps so hard. She's so cute. My brothers. Have you ever watched someone else like just dance when you weren't?
This is what I did up there. That's not it. This is not it.
Keep this going. We'll count STDs. We're all just conquering everyone. I will be alpha male and female. All around alpha. Gabby, you can't say that I'm taboo. Gabby, in this friend group right now. Wait, how far do I have to escalate it to? Wait, you guys are gonna vent it, but you're not even doing the vent thing. So you're just friends. I don't want the male dominance. Look at us. Also, if I were I'm gonna beat the crap out of them.
Okay, guys, sorry. Could not do what I wanted to do. Okay. What? No, can't find it. Okay, I'll try it again sometime, not now. Take out a piece of paper and a pencil or writing utensil. Nope. Okay, stop talking. 10th grade. Enough is enough, okay? I'm a little perturbed with this anyway, so your talking isn't helping. Gabby, please turn around. Okay, let's turn the lights on, please. Isaac, turn the lights on. Amethyst, turn the lights on. Please, thank you. There's your quiz. Quiet, take the quiz, please. Take the quiz without your mouths going. Okay? Plain and simple. Maya, you gonna do it? You doing it right now? Okay. Shh. Quiet, please. Maya, you done? Maya, are you done? Okay. Okay. Here's your answers. Is anybody not finished? Okay. 2 and 3 are false. It just shows you why I don't do a lot of technological stuff, because it doesn't never work for me. No, it's not.
Well, Mr. Brown, you're doing your best. And to be honest, most of the stuff you do, I understand. So you do a good job.
Okay, let me get my grade book out. Okay. Let's put it here. Okay, Jaden. Derek. Isaac. Andrew. Amethyst. Austin. Maya. Doug. Sophia. Lena. Adrian. Gabby. Quiet, please. And Gabby. Jesse. Ricky. Avery. Elijah. Okay. Okay. That video that I wanted to show you would have helped you on that answer, that question that you girls asked me yesterday about the. Okay. Okay. What branch of study of electricity deals with the behavior and motion of electrons in a vacuum or in semiconductors? Okay. Electronics. What is a material through which current flows easily? Are we? Seem like these are the same questions yesterday. What's an empty space? These are the same questions. What am I doing? Aren't we on? Oh, I know. Did you guys take that quiz yesterday? Did you do that quiz yesterday? No.
We didn't take a quiz yesterday.
Oh, I'm all messed up today. Okay, that's a vacuum, like you said. We'll just, if this isn't the right lesson, then I'm stupid. What's the negative electrode of a vacuum tube? What's the positive? What are the stream of electrons emitted by the cathode of a vacuum tube? Gentlemen, quiet please. Cathode rays. Boy, why did I put these questions down twice? What English, I guess it helps. It was meant to be. What English physicist designed, designed a special type of vacuum tube to study cathode rays? Who? Who was it? Yeah, who made that jar thing? Crook. Okay. What is the special type of vacuum tube that is used to study cathode rays? Okay. What material glows when exposed to radiation? What is a cathode ray tube designed to generate X-rays? Is this where we're at? Is this where we're at? Okay. Well, it was meant to be with those review questions. Sorry. Okay. Semiconductor electronics. Okay. Well, shh. Ladies. as we found out yesterday, these vacuum tubes that Crook came up with, J.J. Thompson came up with, or revolutionized, or took off of Crook's idea, Gabby. They revolutionized what we're talking about, this technology. But even as good as they were, even as helpful as they are, Amethyst, Avery, Doug, Derek, Gabby, he was just a few minutes ago, and Lena. Please stop. You already got a check. Like I said, as even as efficient as they were, even as what they helped with, there were drawbacks. These vacuum tubes were bulky. They were expensive, difficult to manufacture. They're easily broken because, as you saw, Gabby, that's 2. So with the jar, you know, with them being in a jar, you could tell how easily they broke or could be broken. Okay. They use large amounts of electricity to produce the heat. They give off a large amount of heat, and a lot of that is because of the glass. Like if you use an incandescent light bulb and you go to touch it, that light is very hot. Same way with the Crookes tube. And then they needed to be replaced at various intervals. Well, how does a semiconductor conduct? The electrons flow freely through this conductor, but they do not flow well through the non-conductors or an insulator. Okay, that's why insulation is good in the house, because cold and heat can't travel in and out through that. Okay, so a semiconductor, by definition, is just a material that is neither a good conductor nor a good insulator. Okay, it's helping in both, in some aspects, both causes. Silicon and germanium are the 2 semiconductors that are used most frequently in electronics. These are just a few conductors that you might see, and the parts of them and how what's needed to produce them, how the electricity is flowing through, what they're doing to create that electricity. So the process of a semiconductor conducing electricity, most semiconductors have an organized crystal structure, forming that lattice of interconnecting atoms, forming what's called the electron shells. Okay, so in between the lattices, those holes in a lattice is what allows the air to go through. Around these nucleuses and electrons in the lattice. Okay, that's what's allowing the electricity to flow through. Yes, sir. Silicon and germanium. Germanium. So it's like this board right here, Chinese checkerboard. Okay, if you see all the dots, that's where you would be moving all of your pieces if you were playing the game, trying to get the green to the orange, the red to the okay, blue to the yellow. Okay. Now, in between each of those dots on the board, okay, this is what we would call kind of a lattice situation. the holes are the insulators, okay, that are happening, that are conducting or stopping electricity. But around those holes is the openings in which the electricity goes flow. So most of the atoms in the crystal lattice have full electron shells, but occasionally an atom has a hole. And those holes is what allows them to go through, okay? The empty slots. When electric charge is applied to one end of the crystal, all the electrons in the lattice are repelled by the negative end of the crystal. They're attracted to the positive end, okay? So you have all these gaps. But the more marbles that we put in there, the less the gap's going to be. How do you increase the conductivity? By doping. Doping is just the process that increases the conductivity of a semiconductor crystal by replacing some of the atoms of the semiconductor with an impurity. Okay? So again, it's just like the Chinese checkers. You have the dots, and in between the dots, you have the shells going on. And where the shells aren't going to be connected, that's where the electron or electricity, the electrodes, I should say, are flowing. Arsenic and phosphorus both have 5 valent shells, electrons. What's a valent electron? Anybody know? We're going to talk a little bit more about this next chapter, 13. But a valence electron is, what's a valence shell? What's an electron shell? Let's go that right route first. Electron shell. Electron shells are the orbits of the electrons outside the nucleus. Okay? So based upon the atom, depending upon how many electrons it has, okay, it will have that many X shells. The electron that's on the furthest shell by itself is what we call the valence electron. Okay? When arsenic or phosphorus is used to dope silicon, extra electrons are then added. And the only way an element can gain electrons is by sharing or giving away, or, well, if it gives it away, it loses them. By stealing one from another atom, from another element, or by sharing an electron from another element, and therefore it gives it its 8, and the other one might have only 6, and then it's got to share another 2 someplace else. So there's 2 types of semiconductors. You have what's called the N-type semiconductor. This is the semiconductor that contains extra electrons. The N-type. And then you have the P-type. They have the extra holes in there, okay? So if you look at these, the N-type, you see where the arrows are pointing to all these little extra electrons out there. Quiet, please. Ladies in the back, you've talked non-stop. Stop. And the P-type is where you have the little gaps where there's holes in the electron shell. So each one of these is an element, and all the little black dots floating around it are electrons. And the gap that the arrow is pointing to is where an electron should go or will go to close in the gap. Now, scientists in the 1930s discovered that when an N-type semiconductor is bonded to a P-type semiconductor, electrons can easily cross the boundary or the junction from the N to the P side, but they cannot cross in the opposite direction. Remember, we talked about that yesterday, that there's only These electrons are only flowing in one direction. So here's what the semiconductor diodes, okay? A diode has how many electrons? Two. That, like a vacuum tube diode, allow currents to pass only in one direction, from one side to the other. Your triodes end up looking like this. This is what we also call a transistor. It can perform the same functions as the vacuum tube triode, such as acting as a switch and amplifying your weak signals. Okay? This is a triode. So what's the advantages of the transistors over vacuum tubes? They use little electric current. They generate very little heat. Shh, Doug, getting these down. A lot of writing right now. Generate very little heat. They're compact, relatively inexpensive, longer lasting, and less fragile. Theoretically, with these, the only way to get it to stop working properly is to break off one of the extensions or extremities. Okay? And then it's not going to fulfill its job that it needs to. Still will probably work, but not efficiently like it needs to be. Okay? Everybody done?
No, sorry.
Okay, everybody done now? Now,
I just have number 6 left, sorry. Okay, thank you.
yeah, kind of. Now, there's three types of triodes or transistors. First of all, you have your point contact transistor. It was invented in 1947. Proved to be the temperamental or quick replaced one. Okay, a lot of it had to deal with wearing out in some aspects. The point contactor. You have the junction transistor, type invented in 48, which is still widely used today. It's small, plastic or ceramic case transistors found in many electronic devices. So if you ever take your radio apart or whatever, you can find these in there. A lot of them are of the round nature, but if it's a flatter electronic, you'll see the black one in there. You also have the field effect transistors. These are your most common type. You find these in your computers. Adrian? Point contact, junction, and field effect. So how does a transistor work? Well, a typical junction transistor consists of a thin layer of a p-type semiconductor. The base of the conductor, what? Sandwiched between two layers of N-type semiconductors, the NPNs. So it looks like NPN. Normally, electric current cannot flow through the transistor because the P-type base acts like a locked gate, blocking the flow of electricity from one end to the other end, N-type. A small positive charge applied to the base unlocks it like a key. The gate opens, okay, and current flows through. If the layers are reversed, then a second type of junction transistor, or PNP, is found. A PNP semiconductor sandwiched between two N or P-type semiconductors. A PNP transistor then allows the current to flow through it when a small negative charge is then applied to the gate. Okay, so that's basically how it works. So what do you use them for? You can use them in crank computers. Okay, basically to crank it up to get it started. What did I say? Crank? My fault. They shrank the computers. Okay, which means they took these laptop huge computers and put them down into our laptops and tablets. It shrank the computers, past tense. Usage of electricity is less. Made radios and televisions more affordable. Hearing aids made comfortable to be worn.
Wait, how much for TVs like back in like the 60s and the 70s?
I don't know. I didn't buy one. My folks did, so I don't know.
A lot, probably.
Your folks?
My parents.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Pops.
More affordable. Hearing aids are like 45,000. 4,500.
Hearing aids?
Imagine what they were back then.
I know.
Probably $1 million.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Again, guys, sorry for the confusion earlier. I'll try and get that established because it was neat to see, and it does answer a question that you had on your homework last night. Okay.
Does anybody know what number 3 was?
Made radios and televisions more affordable.
No, I mean B. 3 types. I missed that one. I wrote the wrong field effect transmitter. Oh my god. Can you do number 2 then?
And there's your homework, just to read 284 to 287 tonight. Okay? Okay. DLs, that's going to conclude lesson today. Thanks for bearing with me. Appreciate it. We'll try and get things situated better for you. I think you would enjoy what I was watching. Okay? DLs, we'll see you later. Have a great day. Take care.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's get started. We're talking about dividing a polynomial by a binomial. We're on 6.11 and on page 205. So make sure you're on page 205 of your textbook, page 205. We're going to get started. Huh? Yes. Hey, Rick. Keep pushing. All right, we're going to talk about dividing a polynomial by a binomial. Okay, I'm going to review something which should hopefully be pretty simple. Okay, hopefully. But do you guys remember long division? Okay, so just as kind of a refresher, whoops, this should be 611A, but whatever. Huh? Long division, dude. Oh, short division is when I'm doing it in my head and y'all are like, how are you doing this? All right, anyway. So 41 goes into 863. Remember the top number is always inside the division bar. Okay? So 40 goes into 8 2 times. So we'll try 2. 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 4 is 8. We subtract. 6 minus 2 is 4. That's fine. 4 is less than the 41. We do compare and make sure. Okay? Bring down the 3. 41 goes into 43 once. We subtract 41. We have 2 left over. Now remember, we can represent that as 2 over 41 then. Look vaguely familiar? Okay, it's good, because the whole rest of the lesson depends on that looking familiar. Okay. Yeah, and then that's done. Now, this should look familiar from elementary. Okay, now, let's step it up a notch, because that's what we do. Let's say, however, we have addition on top and bottom of the division bar. If it's on top, we can just split up the fraction. What if you can't do that? No, you just do long division. Okay? So pay attention, eyes on the screen, hands off everything else. Pay attention to this because I'm only going to go through this step by step once. Okay? So eyes on the screen. Okay. I'm just kidding. There's going to be multiple examples. But I do want you guys to pay attention to the first one. Don't take notes or anything. I am ignoring a lot of Becca's explanation because, seriously. All right, so here we go. You take 4x plus 1, and you go into 8x squared plus 6x plus 3. If this looks like an abomination that makes you question whether or not Satan created math, I get it. All right, but it's actually not that bad. One step at a time. Okay? Now, here is the main thing I want you guys to pay attention to. Your entire goal, every step of long division of polynomials, is to get rid of the first term. Every time. No, other one. 8x squared. Okay? Our whole goal right now is to get rid of 8x squared. I don't care what happens after that. I need to get rid of 8x squared. Does that make sense? Okay? So how many times does 4 go into 8? Well, it's 2. Okay? So I'm going to have a 2. Okay? How many times does x go into x squared? X. Because 2x times 4x would give me 8x squared. Make sense? Okay? Then I go through and multiply. 2x times 1 is 2x. 2x times 4x is 8x squared. And we still subtract the whole thing, just like always. Where'd I lose you?
The 2x.
2x times 1 is 2x. 2x times 4x is 8x squared.
Okay, that's
Okay? We're going to subtract the whole thing, which means that negative goes to every term. So 6x minus 2x is 4x. I don't know why that 4 looks so weird, but oh well. And the 8x squared goes completely away. And then we have plus 3. How many times does 4x go into 4x?
One time.
Once. So plus 1, so we have 4x plus 1 when we multiply. Again, we're going to subtract. 3 minus 1 is? 2. Now, I have a leftover piece. That's not a problem. Okay? So when we write our answer, I'm going to have 2x plus 1. And actually, I would have just kept going, but I ran into the problem. Literally ran into a problem. Okay, I'm done. All right, 2x plus 1 plus 2 over 4x plus 1. That's it. And you're done. See what I mean about it? It can be hard, but like if you just take it one step at a time, it's fine. Okay, remainder just goes over the original, like always. Cool. All right, example C. Whoop. Yes. Example A was the long division thing. It didn't have an A on the side here. Does this make you feel better? I'm just messing around. Huh?
Can you do one if there's like fractions in the problem?
We're gonna do ones like what we're given.
Wait, so like, I need more fractions. For the 2 over 4x, when we x plus 1, why
Yeah.
is that fraction? Like, why is that in a fraction?
It's a remainder. 4x can't go into 2, and there's nothing else to bring down. Make sense? So at that point, you're stuck with a fraction. Ideally, it would work out nice and neat every time, and we wouldn't have to worry about it. But this is real life. All right, example C. Yes.
Why was that a negative, the last one?
What?
What was the 4x plus 1 a negative?
We subtract, just like in long division, because that's how division works. That's part of the process of division. Like I'm not, like that's not. Does that make sense? Because that's what you do then. All right, example C. All right. We have x plus 5 goes into x cubed plus 6x squared plus 8x plus 13. All right, how many times does x go into x cubed?
3. 3.
What times x will give me x cubed? No, stop saying it.
What did you say?
What times x will give me x cubed? No, x squared. X times x squared is x cubed. Okay. X squared times 5 is 5x squared, in a big shock to everyone. X squared times x is x cubed. Again, we're going to subtract. 6 minus 5 is? Thank you. It's not a trick question. It's 1, so we just have x squared. We're going to bring down the 8x, because that's the next step. X goes into x squared how many times?
Wait. Say that again. 6.
What times x equals x squared? Thank you, x.
Oh, dang it. I thought you would say yes.
No. Okay, listen. You can't change exponents by slapping a number in there, so stop doing it. No. Stop joking. That's the problem, though. Okay? You're joking, but in the process, you're messing up 3 other people. Am I clear? Okay? And I talk to you about this at least once a week. Stop it. Okay. So, x times 5 is? 5x, yeah. X times x? No, x squared.
My bad.
All right, we're going to subtract 8x minus 5x is?
3x.
3x. If your first term does not go away, you did it wrong. Go back. Does that make sense? Like, see how I'm getting rid of a term every time I'm doing this? Okay. All right, so we're going to bring down the 13 because that's the last step. How many times does x go into 3x? 3 is correct. 3 times 5 is 15. 3 times x is 3x. We're going to subtract, and I'm left with negative 2. So we have x squared plus x plus 3 minus 2 over x plus 5. Huh? I moved the negative to the front. It could be on. You could do plus and then negative on top if it makes you feel better. Yes. I got an answer.
On the first step, where it says x squared plus 5x squared, x cubed plus 5x squared, where did you get that?
What? Because x squared times 5 is 5x squared. You take a multiply just like you do in division. So after I figure out x goes into x cubed, x squared times, then it's x squared times 5, 5x squared, x squared times x, which is x cubed. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, I mean, it is as long as you keep your head on straight. All right, now, couple things here. Okay? Now for the tricky parts. They're really not that bad. Okay, I promise. Okay, rule number 1. You have to go in order of powers. See how the top is out of order here? We have x squared minus 20 minus x. You have to put it in the correct order or it's wrong. Yes. So when I write down the problem to do the division, you don't have to write it out separate. You can just do it when you write down the problem. Okay? So I'm going to have x minus 4 goes into x squared minus x minus 20. Make sure you keep the signs with the right numbers. All right? Does that make sense? Okay? So that's not too bad, right? It just has to be in order. Okay? Pretty straightforward. X goes into x squared how many times? X. Good. X times negative 4 is?
4x.
Negative 4x. Thank you. X times x is? X squared. And we're going to subtract. Remember, if you subtract a negative, that's the same as being positive. So 4 minus 1 is 3. So we have 3x. I'm going to pause there for just a second. You have negative, negative 4. So it's positive 4. The top is a negative 1. Negative 1 plus 4. Positive 3. Watch your signs. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. Going to bring down negative 20. X goes into 3x. 3 times. 3 times negative 4 is? Negative 12. 3 times x. Subtracting the whole thing. So negative 20 plus 12. Makes sense? Good. Negative 8. So my final answer is x plus 3 minus 8 over x minus 4. Cool? You will probably get fewer remainders in your vast majority of your exercises.
Did you do one like number 17 and number 18? Like that? That's on a homework, something like that? 'Cause that constitutes.
17 and 18 are exactly what I'm doing now.
No, but.
No, it's exact like the sign is just different on 18.
Yeah, Ricky, that's the exact.
That's the exact thing we're doing right this second.
No, I was on the last one. Never mind about that.
Like it's literally exactly like this example.
I was looking at last assignment.
Yeah, that'll be a problem.
18, and like.
All right.
fraction on top, but-
Now, rule 1 of this is that everything has to be in order, right?
Actually, I have
Okay.
a question.
Yeah.
You did 3x. I know you explained this.
3 times x, man. You take the number on top, you multiply by everything over there.
No, like that thing. I did the negative x and the negative 4x to get 3x.
Okay, look. Dude, look. Okay. We have negative x. We have a distributed negative, which makes this negative. This becomes positive when I take care of that negative, right? Negative x, so minus 1, positive 4, positive 3.
Oh, okay.
Cool. All right. So there's that. Now, any other questions before I try to make my segue again? Because you guys have killed it like twice.
Why did you say segue?
That's the name of a transition.
Oh.
Like, it's actually a proper term that people use. Any other interruptions? Okay, cool. All right, so there are, aside from the basic process, there are 2 rules. First one is it has to be in order. We learned that here. The second one is you're not allowed to skip powers. Here's what I mean by that. Here I have x cubed plus 1 on top. Okay? Now on the bottom is just x plus 1. So I'll just write x plus 1 and set up my problem. Okay? But the top, notice how there's no x squared or x? Does that make sense? Okay. Pay attention to this. You have to fill in the missing pieces, or it will be wrong. Just like we can't write 5001 as 51. Does that make sense? You need the 0 placeholders. When you're doing division, yes, in algebra, 0x squared can be ignored. But when you're doing division, you have to leave it. So let me explain. So x cubed, it gets copied in there. And then I'm adding in. I am putting it in there myself. It is not part of the original problem. I am inserting it because it needs to be done as part of the problem. Someone's still going to ask me where it comes from, but I'm telling you now, I'm putting it in there because we need it. So plus 0x squared plus 0x plus 1. Because 0 times anything is 0, right? So I'm not changing anything. But I need the placeholder because I'm going to get x squared and x terms when I divide. Does that make sense? If you add 0, you don't change anything. Correct?
It's just there so that the problem works out evenly.
Right. Okay, back to illustration. If I had this number, I can't just write this, right? These are very different things. Okay, well, in algebra, we could ignore the two middle bits because of the x squared and x. We have to put them back in when we divide. Does that make sense? If it helps, you can think of it as adding zeros after a decimal place. Like they're not necessary, but you can put them. Whatever works. Ah, rip, wrong button. All right, does that make sense? Okay, so now we just divide like normal. How many times does x go into x cubed? The number of people who just said 3 still saddens me. X goes into x cubed how many times? X squared. So do you see what I mean where we need the place to put it? Because that x squared has to go over this x squared. Yeah, exactly. So x squared times 1 is? X squared. It's not a trick question. X squared times x is x cubed. So I'm going to subtract. And I get negative x squared. Yeah, so plus 0x, that still gets brought down. X goes into negative x squared how many times? You're close. No, that's the... Stop. Don't spit out things unless you know what I'm getting at. X is correct, but y'all are missing a piece. X times x gives me x squared. How do I get negative x squared? Huh? Yeah, I got to put a negative in. That's... No, you didn't. Yeah. All right, negative x times 1 is negative x. Negative x times x is negative x squared. I'm going to subtract this. Keep in mind that negative is going to get distributed. So I end up with positive x. Bring down the plus 1. How many times does x plus 1 go into x plus 1? Once.
No.
With no remainder. Yay. What? I'm subtracting it. Yeah, because the negative gets distributed to every term. All right, does that make sense? Okay, that's the biggest hiccup that most people run into is this bit right here. Once you start with the power, you have to include all the powers after that. So if I started at x to the 5th, I have to make sure there's an x to the 4th, x to the 3rd, x to the 2nd. You don't have to go like up the other way. Does that make sense? You just start with the first power you're given. Sophia.
Where did you get the 0x squared in the very beginning?
I called this. I chose to put it in because we have to include every single power. So since I started with x cubed, I have to have an x squared. I have to have an x. I have to have a constant. I have to have all the pieces. Since I don't have the pieces, I put in 0 of them. Does that make sense? That's why I went through this whole thing at the beginning of this problem that, hey, I'm putting this in here because it's required. It's not part of the problem. I'm not getting it from anywhere. I'm choosing to put in a 0x squared. I went through the whole thing. That's why I want you looking at my screen, not yours. Because, like, it really bugs me that you're looking at your Chromebook while I'm trying to teach you. So you should probably close it. Does that make sense? Okay. I have to have an x squared. There's not one in the problem, so I'm adding a 0x squared. Because 0 times anything is 0. If I add 0, I don't change it. Yes. Yeah, I'm counting down the powers. You have to. I did. I did the first time. You weren't listening. No, you weren't. You were looking at your laptop. All right. Yeah, because I called it. I called I was going to get asked the question. Yeah. I went through the whole thing. All right, you got it now? Okay, let's move on. No. What? Yeah, what? Guys. Yeah. You have to have it every single step. All right. Now, real quick, couple more examples, because that's the end of the lesson. I'll take another question at the end. But for right now, there's a couple more things, because there's a couple of problems in there that aren't just this. Specifically at the beginning, because Rebecca likes to split it up, even though they have 0 examples on it. So, number 3, in your practice problems. Okay? The directions say write in descending order of the variable. If there's more than one variable, use the degree of the variable that is first alphabetically. In other words, seeing as in this problem we only have m, so it's not a big deal, but let's say you had m and n, you would look at m instead of n. Does that make sense? Yeah, like the actual alphabet. Yeah, okay. So, in order for division to work, remember rule 1 is it has to be in order, so the first section is practice putting it in order. That's all we're doing. Okay? So, what's the highest power? Cool, my screen just died. There we go. All right, so we have 25m to the 5th. All right, we got 3 times m to the 4th. Negative m third. Negative 2m squared. Don't forget your signs, guys.
8m.
Negative 8m. And your constant? Plus 5. That's all you're doing in that first section. I just wanted to show you what they're asking. All right, section 2. You're asked to add placeholders for missing items. This is what I was showing you guys with the x squared and things like that. So pay attention, Sophia, screen. All right, we have x to the 6th. Do I have an x to the 5th?
No.
No, so plus 0 x to the 5th. Plus 0 x to the 4th. Plus 0 x to the 3rd. Plus 0 x squared. Plus 10x minus 33. We're simply adding in placeholders.
This goes to my question.
Yeah.
Before you goes on. So you're just putting 0 for every problem, like the one.
For every power I don't have, yes.
Okay. And you don't do anything for the first one. You just do.
Right, because there's no reason for me to go past 6, because that's where I'm going to start.
Well, no, I'm saying like, because you have x2, you're not gonna do like x. Is there x? Yeah, I know. I'm saying.
What?
Never mind. Just forget about it. I think yeah.
Okay.
Forget about it.
All right, any other questions?
As of right now.
Okay. Homework is practice 6.11 blue. It is due Friday. There will be no lecture tomorrow. You guys are just getting this done and knocked out. You guys do, whoops, I forgot to put this in here. Oh, rip. My text box is too small. Yes, I have announced it already. Sorry, this is going to bug me. Can I click the new one? Thanks. Quiz. Okay. 20. There you go. Oh, whoops. I forgot to put the date.
That would be helpful. But it, no,
You can be quiet over there.
it qualifies. That's like it doesn't have any category that's not random.
There you go. All right. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.